Alright, welcome everyone. I scheduled this for 1:30, but then I was ready early, and it's just a drawing hangout. If you're not here yet because you saw the 1:30 schedule time, you're not gonna miss anything. Not really. It's just gonna be another hangout time while I draw. So, I cheated a little bit. I worked on this drawing while I was not live streaming last night. So you can see I've got a few panels inked on page 2. If you've been following along at all, it was either Wednesday night or Thursday night. I think it was Wednesday that I did storyboards for a 4-page manga for a potential freelance client. I did all of that on live stream during the first drawing hangout. And then yesterday afternoon, I live streamed again and did inking for the first page. This is now the second page of that graphic novel, page 2 out of 4, that I have about halfway inked here. We got somebody named Matthew Rutledge. That reminds me of Baron Rutledge here on TikTok. He's pretty well known. I don't suppose there's any chance you're related to him, is there, Matthew? That would be pretty cool, but wait, what does that say? It's detected that the live chat didn't appear on your screen in the past 2 minutes. Try using a mobile device to view comments from your live chat and performances in real time. I think TikTok is just complaining for no reason. I don't think there's a problem, because I can clearly see the live chat. All right, so I'm gonna put that a little more on screen for the TikTok people. Actually, hold on, that's not a good positioning, because if I'm gonna be spending most of my time drawing around here, and that's a little off center. Let me fix that. Yeah, that's better. There we go. Okay, well, welcome everyone. I'm just going to be drawing. This is just a hangout while I draw, as it says. Got a few viewers on TikTok, and everybody on YouTube left, even though it said there were 2 viewers waiting. Well, maybe there will be more in a few minutes, or maybe I'll just be drawing alone for a little bit. That's okay too, I guess. Sometimes people watch later, which is a little surprising to me, because this is not prepared content. This isn't anything exciting happening. This is just a hangout time. So most of the value, I think, is in the real-time interactions. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe some people find value in this watching afterward. Regardless, whoever you are, for all the people who are joining, thank you for joining. I'm just going to keep inking these panels here. There we go. Alright, so appropriate pen width. I should put on my screen a reference for this character. I got this. This is on my other screen, so I can see it, but you guys can't. Like if I put it over here. Oh shoot! What did I just do? Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. He's gonna have a little bit of a look of surprise on his face as she's yanking him back. Silver on YouTube says, "Hey, welcome, Silver. Thank you for joining. Just drawing and hanging out." All right, we got Prol in TikTok saying Earth is flat, space is fake. Prove me wrong. Prol, that is not what we're doing here tonight, or this afternoon. He says the sun is not 93 million miles away. That's not what we're doing here. You're welcome to hang out. I'm just drawing. I'm just live streaming myself drawing, and if you want to hang out for that, you're welcome to stay. But we are not going to be arguing or debating about flat Earth or space or any of that right now. Sorry if that disappoints you. That's just I have other live streams where I do talk about that, but that's not what we're doing right now. Oh, he says I'm just playing, I'm not a flat earther. Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, could have fooled me. I guess he did fool me. Oh, Silver said, what is the drawing? Real Cygnus. I don't know if this counts as ASMR. This, it's certainly not intended to be that. Although I guess it just depends on whether somebody has those, whether it has that appeal for someone. Silver. So what I'm drawing is a manga. This is page 2 out of 4. In some previous live streams, I have like storyboarded the 4 pages of the story, and yesterday I inked page 1. This is page 2. Do you want me to show the storyboards for all 4 pages real quick, just so to catch you up to speed? Let me know in the chat if that's what you want. I don't mind doing that at all. Oh, Rail Cygnus says sure. Was that to the question of, like, do you want me to show you the story so far? I guess I'll just go ahead and do that. Let's see. So it's tough to show the people on TikTok because the screen is a different layout. But I will try. Oh, frick, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay. So, the people on YouTube should be able to see this now. Oh, Real Cygnus didn't catch it. Didn't catch much last time. Okay, so I'm gonna have to shoot. Ah, that's not what I want. Trying to make it more visible for the people on TikTok. How about I just... Okay. That's 29%. Ah! I didn't mean that. Okay. I was trying to get to a place where I could just drag the window around. Yes, there we go. Okay, so the page one, I've already inked this, so this is just the storyboard. It doesn't look like that in the final one, but we got a view of a volcano, and they're saying, "Mom, it's been hours. When will we set up camp?" No, it's been 24 minutes. Be patient. We're almost there. Just be glad I'm the one carrying most of our gear. We got a beware sign with a creature on it. Page 2, they see a creature sleeping on a rock, and the kid runs forward. Whoa, a real-life mountain salamander. The mom catches him and says, "Don't, those teeth could take your arm off in a second. Let's go around, it'll be safer." The creature watches them go. Page 3, they get to the camp. Hooray, we made it. The creature runs up and grabs the kid. Mom screams, chases the creature as it runs away with the kid toward the mouth of a cave. Page 4, she gets to the cave and the kid says, "Mom, I'm okay." They hug, and then, boom. They look outside and there's a big whooshing and there's like a pyroclastic flow of lava ejecta flowing past the mouth of the cave. She says, "Oh, we could have been killed." He said, "I think the salamander was saving us." She says, "I guess you're right." So that's the story. Quick little 4-page story. That's it. That's the story. Let's see. Let me show you. Well, I've already got this open here, actually. Let me just go ahead and. This is the inked page 1. Looks a lot better when it's inked. And I'm going to color it as well, but I'm inking the other pages first. So, yep, here it is. I do not like this Windows image viewer. Okay, back to what I was doing here. Trying to get comfortable. Katie says, "If Earth isn't flat, why are you drawing on a flat surface?" Katie doesn't make a very convincing Poe. Got a couple viewers on TikTok. If you're just joining, welcome. Thank you for joining. Just drawing, and we're hanging out while I draw. That's what we're doing. Katie says, quote, the Raven never. Oh, I get it. Edgar Allan Poe. I don't think that's the Poe that we're talking about. I actually had to look up the term when I heard Michael Toon use it. It comes from a guy named Nathan Poe who was involved in debating science deniers, and he kind of coined like the concept of like talking about somebody who is pretending to be a science denier but isn't really. Um, so they used his name to refer to the concept, but it was a guy named Nathan Poe, I think, if I remember correctly. It's not anything to do with Edgar Allan Poe, and certainly not the ghosts in Zelda games, which is what often comes to my mind. Or at least it used to before I started getting used to people talking about flat Earth pose. Gotta give him his cargo pocket. It's pretty much a signature trait now. He's got it he's got it on page 1 here, a little cargo pocket, and he's got it in panel 1 on page 2. So we gotta give him his cargo pocket. He's probably got one on both sides, so maybe there will be one sticking out on the left side too. Now that he's turned slightly so the camera can see it. Alright, time for the other cargo pocket. There we go. Somebody on TikTok here joined, at least momentarily, named Esme Thing. And every time I hear the name Esme, all I can think is Esme Squalor from A Series of Unfortunate Events. Okay, there we go. There's so many stroke objects there that it actually takes more than like a full second for me to select all of them. Like I draw the box, and then it actually waits. I have to wait for it to update the interface. That's crazy. That's what happens when you crosshatch with Inkscape. That's what these little lines in here, the shading on the backpack, that's what those are called. That's crosshatching. It's a technique dating back much longer than like computers. Usually people do it with like physical ink on paper, or that they used to at least. That's probably still the majority of the usage it gets, but for the majority of the cases of like cross hatching. But yeah. I wonder if I need to draw the mom's foot here. Because anything that's going to show up around the word balloon. Here, let me draw that. I'm going to put that back on. Now, I need to replace the strokes around the word balloon, because those are garbage. Those are just from the storyboarding phase. Yeah, I won't bother drawing her foot. It looks like there's plenty of room. And even if like it were to like poke out the bottom, I could just make sure to draw the balloon large enough that it doesn't. So we're good. Okay. Panel number 3 is done. Well, wait. I gotta hold on. You know what? I'm actually just gonna copy these two background objects and put them behind these characters. And what I'm going to do is shoot, why does that keep doing that? When I opened this document, this was before I started live streaming, I had worked on this in Linux, saved the document, closed it, transferred the file to Windows, opened it, and these two rectangle objects were square again. Like, I widened them, and then they were square again. So, like, what's going on here, Inkscape? Is it not saving? Yeah, right there, the width is set to 215. So, what the heck is going on? Like, when I duplicate this, do you see that? The width is back down to... What is going on here? There's no group inside that it's inside that would have a transform on it. This is the layer group. There's no transform on the layer. So there's the rectangle. Why is it not respecting that width? Like, what the heck, Inkscape? This has to be a bug. There it is, even. Like, what if I do this? Boop. What is going on here? Okay, hold on. There has to be... Well, I guess you guys are getting to see something a little bit exciting here. Unless you find this even more boring. You're trying to troubleshoot a weird glitch. why does a rectangle with the exact same properties here end up looking narrower? Like, I know the workaround. The workaround is for me to just convert this to a path. Boom. End of story. But I want to understand why it's doing this, because it makes no sense. This one also has a width of... Is there a style here that's causing this? You guys can't see that on that screen. There's no style here that should be affecting this. What the heck has it done? It's like when I drag this control point, oh my gosh, this has to be a bug in Inkscape. Look at that. I'm dragging this control point, and it is not. Oh, the people on Inkscape or on TikTok can't see that. Okay. Look at all these properties. Y value, X value. That's the top left corner, I think. Height, width, ID, style. There's nothing in style that should affect the width of the rectangle. The main property we're looking at is right here, 215.2. That's the width of the rectangle, and you can see it over here. Let me go ahead and show you guys on TikTok. You can see it right here. These are measured in inches. I have it at the document at, like, the metadata is set to 100 dpi, so that's why 2.152 inches wide corresponds to a document, like, in document units, the width is 215.2. That's why that's like that. So if I actually shoot, that's not what I wanted to do. You guys can't. I'm trying to drag things around so that people on TikTok can see. If I actually increase this using this method, boom, so we got 2.252, and now this width says 225.2, right? And you can see right down here, you can see the rectangle actually change width because of that, right? But if I click here and do it this way, look, the value doesn't update in the XML, or right here. I can make this whatever width I want, and it ain't changing in the document data. That's crazy. That has to be a bug in Inkscape. It seems like it's got two states. There's the document and the screen objects, and they're supposed to, those two states are supposed to stay synchronized, and they're not. Something's glitching here, and they're not staying synchronized. That is weird. I might need to save this as like a WME or MWE, minimum working example, and say like create a bug report on Inkscape for it. But I would have to check the version here about Inkscape. This is, Oh yeah, this is a few years old. I wonder if they've fixed it already. Maybe if I update to a new Inkscape version, it wouldn't do that. Of course, I don't need to do that right now. I'm not going to interrupt my live stream to update Inkscape. But holy crap, I found a bug. That's crazy. And if I updated Inkscape and the bug was still there, that's bug report time. But for now, I'm just going to convert these to paths. So now this is a path instead of a rectangle object. You can see that the XML data now looks completely different. It's got these like nodes listed out instead of, and it's not even a rect object, it's a path object now. So that fixed that works around the problem. Oh gosh. Oh boy. Well, we got an automatic backup just in case I forgot to save, but holy crap. Okay, I didn't actually expect it to crash. Holy crap. Whee! Alright, let's see what I had saved 9 minutes before the crash. Let's see what the document looks like if I just pull up the last save. And look, just like I was saying, it did not save the width of those rectangles. They reverted back to the width of the actual document that it forgot to update. So I gotta fix it again. And this time I'm gonna convert both of these to paths. But holy crap. And now I'm gonna save. So, the only data that I lost was just duplicating these and dragging them over, so that's fine. I am just going to discard the autosave. Delete that. Yeah, don't need that. Okay. Well, you guys got to see a little bit of adventure. That was crazy. Okay, group that, duplicate, and now it duplicates correctly. See, because there's no ambiguity with a path. There's certain aspects to a rect object that are implicit, meaning that they have to be calculated from the data that's in the document provided by the object. All it is an x coordinate, a y coordinate for the origin corner, and then a width and a height. Just 4 numbers. That fully defines a rect object. But a path object has, canvas coordinates for each corner, each node in the path, at least. In some cases, if it's got Bezier curves, whatever. CK says, "What's up, everyone? Peter, Bob, Ross, Markley." I'll take that. I will take that comparison. Thank you. It's kind of flattering. Okay. Yeah. So the path object is less ambiguous, less implicit. So there's less room for mistakes when you have a software glitch like that. Katie says the trees need to be happier. Actually, in this story, the trees get destroyed by lava, so they are not quite happy. Okay, so I'm looking at how these trees are situated in panel 1. In panel 3, she has bent over to reach. So these trees should be more like here-ish. Anyway, object clip set clip. Now we have restrained those strokes to inside this panel. And we can descend into the group by double clicking. I was like so excited years ago when I first found out that feature, when I first figured it out, like, oh, if I double click, I can descend into the group, and then, you know, I can click and drag, and it won't select anything outside the group. If I press Control A for select all, it will only select the things inside the group. You can tell that you're inside a group by this little, hold on, let me see if hold on. I'm going to show the people on TikTok here. If I can, holy crap. Wasn't what I wanted. Wrestling with Windows. Okay, there it is. Right there, it says current layer, and you can see it says $G1542. Well, guess what that means? If we open the XML editor, this is looking at the actual document. We're inside the ink layer, and let's find... Yeah, there's G1542 right there. And that's the group that we created. And then we just, by double clicking, we descended into it. If I click, well, in some versions of Inkscape, if you click this, you can change what layer you're looking at. But now I guess they just direct you to the layers panel. They're trying to prevent user confusion, probably. It's a good design philosophy, but user interface design philosophy. But CK says it is a compliment, comparing me to Bob Ross. Thank you. And then she put 3 volcano emojis. Anyway, so I was talking about descending into layers or into groups. In Inkscape, like internally, there's no difference between a layer and a group. A layer is just a group with a special status and special metadata that it presents in a special way in the interface. Once upon a time, there used to be even less distinction between the two. But they're kind of building on top of the metadata and stuff to help create a more comfy, more Adobe-like user experience. But yeah, internally there's just no difference between a layer and a group. So yeah, you can see right now, because I clicked ink in the layers panel, it shows that ink is the layer that I'm in. If I click dialog, then it'll show dialog. But if I go back to ink and I double click that group, suddenly we're inside the group, and that's just the ID from the XML tree. Find it again. There it is. You see G stands for group, and then ID equals G1542. Group number 1542. It probably hasn't created actually that many groups in this document. I don't know what the logic is inside Inkscape for picking an ID. All it has to be is like unique, so who cares? It probably picks a big number on purpose to help avoid namespace conflicts, whatever. Anyway, so these strokes are not quite right. I got to fix them. Whoa. That's not what I meant to do. Get rid of those. we have 2 groups. I forgot these were in groups. Paste those again. Get rid of that one. Let's get rid of this one and just replace it with a little tiny one there. And for some of these, we're going to have to cut the stroke. I showed you guys earlier how I do that. Just draw one over it. Select both Control minus for Boolean subtraction. Control Shift K to break up the subpaths. And voila, stroke has been cut. This time I'm going to preserve one side and then cut again. Control minus, Control Shift K. Delete that side, break it again here. Control minus, Control Shift K. Deselect the one we want to keep, delete the one we don't. And voila, that stroke has been pushed behind her hand and his backpack. Now we got to do the same with this one next to his head. Do we want to preserve? No, I don't think we need to preserve any other part of that, so let's just delete that. And let's go ahead and cut that one just to be thorough. There's a tiny, tiny little piece of it sticking into his leg. We'll remove the splinter for the kid. CK says it's nice to work in layers, especially for edits or anything that you need to add or delete for later. Yes, very Adobe-like. Yep. Okay, now one way to I did that without explaining what I was doing. So this is the group of the strokes for the tree trunks inside the clipped group. So I double clicked this at one point to descend into it. Now we're no longer in group, wait. So group 1542 is the clipped group. Now if I double click this one, now we're in group 1524. And that's how I was editing these strokes for the tree trunks. One way to ascend again out of the group is to pick like an uncle object. So inside the clipped group, group 1542, there's 2 groups. The group for the foliage strokes and the group that we descended into, the group for the tree trunk strokes. So one way to ascend back up out of the tree trunk strokes group is for me to select the foliage strokes, which is an object that's outside of the group that I'm in. If I tried to box select them, it wouldn't work. If I used Control A, it wouldn't work. You know, that's selecting all the tree trunk strokes. But if I just click using the select tool, if I just click, boom, now we're back up inside group 1542, the clipped group with just 2 groups in it, the foliage strokes and the tree trunk strokes. And the same would happen if I clicked the kid here. That would bring me up out of the clipped group and back into the ink layer, right? So I'll demonstrate that. Now we are in the ink layer. You can see that it highlighted in the layers panel. It shows ink down here. That's just off screen for TikTok, sorry guys. But yeah, you get the point. I'm going to descend back in here. If I do it again, it highlights in the layer panel. Yep. So that's just teaching guys a little bit of the technicalities here. If you're interested. I mean, might as well explain what what's going on in my mind as I'm working, since you guys are hanging out. If you don't care, then you don't care. Whatever. That's fine. There will not be a test unless you want to do any work like this yourself in Inkscape. One way to select an individual object inside a group without descending into the group is to hold control when I select. I'm going to remove this stroke because it's far enough down that her leg would be overlapping it. And we have not drawn her leg because we don't need to. It's behind the word balloon. So if we don't need to draw her leg, then we certainly don't need to draw anything that would be behind her leg. So that stroke can be deleted. But I'm still in, because it's control selected, I'm still inside the group that has the foliage and the tree trunk strokes. So what I want to do now is draw a little bit of the path they're walking on. Actually, wait, maybe I should, yeah, duplicate it here. Or copy, descend into the group, and paste. And then position roughly where it was previously. That's probably about right. Now I need to do the same thing here, where I cut a bunch of strokes. If I was using a strategy of having like opaque fills between the outlines, like inside the outlines of characters and objects that were like grouped with the outline strokes, that would be a completely different document structure and a completely different like technical strategy. You could achieve a pixel identical result to the strategy I'm using, but you'd have to build it a different way. So this is a consequence of the document structure that I have chosen, where I've got ink in one layer and then I'm going to have paint in a different layer. So because there's no paint in the ink layer, that means all the ink strokes are going to clash with each other unless I carefully make them play nice, not overlap each other. This is just how I've chosen to do it here. CK said, keep sharing. You said this is called Inkscape. Are you using a tablet? Yes, I'm using a Wacom. It's called Wacom 1. That's the product by the company named Wacom. I actually have the box. I'm using the box as like a surface to hold my tablet on. And yes, the program is called Inkscape, Inkscape. You spelled it correctly. It's like ink and landscape mashed together. And their logo is like an ink landscape. Yes, it does, excuse me, it does support drivers for like Wacom devices. Inkscape works best on Linux, but I'm obviously using it on Windows right now. Sometimes you will, if you're using it on Mac, you'll find like more crashes or instability. But they're working on improving it. It's free open source software, so there's no company that's like funding the development of Inkscape. So it's like with all free open source software, development can be slow. But I like it. I've been using it since I was a kid for like 24 years. Actually, since before it was even called Inkscape. It used to be called SodiPodi. And that's why, if you look in here, you will see all kinds of like attributes in the document that say SodiPodi. It's because some of these metadata like definitions predate Inkscape. They started borrowing from like the former project SodiPodi for like some of these other like interactivity data definitions. Just some fun little history behind the project. I'm gonna cut this stroke so we can see the shoelaces better. Wait, what did I just do? That is not what I expected to happen, and I'm afraid I broke something. What? Okay, I'm apparently outside the group now. Oops. That was important to catch. If I had, like, proceeded not realizing what I was doing there, I could have made a mess. I'm gonna cut this stroke. Okay. I couldn't see the shoelaces to properly cut that, so now I can. Okay. There we go. Oh, CK says I'm an Apple nerd. Open source is great. Awesome. Yeah, I actually I filed a bug report for a crash on Mac with Inkscape a few years ago. It was a really weird crash, like where if you open a document that you already have in Inkscape, if you open it in Inkscape, often on Mac, it will open two windows. One is just some random new document, like a default new document, and the other is the document you opened. Now, of course, the instinct we would all have, I think, is to close the default new document if we don't need it, if we're just opening a pre-existing document that we want, right? And that's what I was doing. I was closing the new document. And then, like, I ran into this situation where the document that I opened, I could not touch anything without it crashing. Like, no matter what I did, it would just crash. And lo and behold, I discovered part of the sequence of events that would lead to the crash was, like, the critical sequence of events was me closing that default new document. If I left that document open, suddenly Inkscape was fine. It would behave just fine. So it's some kind of windowing issue, which it makes sense, of course, because the biggest difference between Mac and Linux is the windowing system. I think it's called, most Linux, I shouldn't say most. One of the most popular Linux windowing systems right now is GNOME. Inkscape is very well tested on GNOME, of course, and I should say desktop systems. The windowing system is technically either X or Wayland. X predates the like Twitter rename. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about something much more technical. Anyway, So yeah, that's one of the biggest differences between Linux and Mac. I think on Mac the windowing like desktop is called Aqua, or at least it used to be. Anyway, so yeah, so the windowing system and the desktop is the biggest difference between Linux and Mac. So that makes perfect sense that that would be the thing that causes most of the crashes on Mac. Um, so like yeah, if you get that situation where Inkscape opens a default new document when you open an existing document, and then like you close the new document and you find that Inkscape crashes very easily, try leaving open that new default new document and just let it sit in the background somewhere. It's not hurting anything. And that is one way to possibly work around most of the crashing issues, at least currently in my experience. You might still run into a few now and then. Just save often. You should be fine um, if you're using Inkscape on Mac. Because I'm a Mac nerd too, and yeah, using open source software can be an adventure. Just just come prepared. Katie said, "Poor Peter's stuck using Windows for live streams because TikTok Studio only works with Windows." CK says, "Ah, that makes sense, Katie. I don't use TikTok, but I'm sure there's a bigger following for drawing there." You know, ironically, you say that, but currently I only have 2 viewers on TikTok, and one of them might be Katie. um, I don't know. I'm just I have a decent audience on TikTok. I've got 2,000 followers there. Um, just because like that's where my flat Earth content first started blowing up. I had a flat Earth debunking video on YouTube years before that, and it didn't really catch on. So like I made this weird inroad into the community and grew my audience through TikTok, but I'm more comfortable on YouTube anyway. But all that to say, that's why I dual stream, and therefore that's why I'm on Windows right now, as Katie pointed out. One could say it's a sad story, and one would not be wrong. Although, there's nothing sad about me growing my audience and meeting all of you cool people. So thank you all for being here. Okay, so now that we're done with that chatter about the technicalities of Inkscape, I might extend this a little more. Draw a little bit of grass down here. I was checking to see if the grass that I already drew in panel 1 was in the proper area. And some of it is a little bit right here, but it's like very little of it, so I just decided to draw new grass. And here we go. Notice that's clipped because I've descended inside the clipping group, so ascending back out of it now. I'm in the ink layer. Save. Save often, kids. Alright, so those panels are good to go. Next panel is a close-up of the creature. The mountain salamander. He's gonna have one eye kind of opening lazily here. Now, this part of the process here is always like has always been a part that bugged me. This panel I'm drawing is like the visual information here in this panel is almost identical to right here. But not quite identical because something has changed. The scene has evolved slightly. The creature has opened one eye, maybe even like slightly lifted its head. I could imagine like the hands slightly like, shifting as it, like, some of its muscles flex, or it kind of wakes up a little bit. Um, and it's like, okay, how do I. I mean, first of all, like, I guess we don't necessarily always perceive, like in just comparing two drawings like this, most people would not notice or be able to perceive any subtle changes like that between, like, if the muscles flexed a little bit. Like, that's the type of thing you'd see in an animation where it's literally flipping through drawings, like, you know tens or dozens of times per second. you know you're seeing those drawings like evolve as they change on your screen. It's different from that when you have two different panels that you're comparing. um Most people looking at this, the only change they're going to be able to perceive is, okay, no more Z's, and his eye is open, so he's awake, right? And strictly speaking, because of that, that's the only change I need to make. I could literally copy and paste the drawing and then just change his eye, and that would probably suffice in this situation. But, like, I'm a perfectionist, right? Like, so this always bugged me. Like, okay, shoot, if I want it to be perfect, then I can't just copy and paste. What if there are subtle changes? I want to include those subtle changes. Um, and besides, like, what's the fun in copying and pasting drawings anyway? Like, um, I want to see something a little different, something a little interesting, for each new panel. So, but if as soon as I do that, tell myself, okay, I'm going to include the subtle changes, um, then I am adopting a responsibility of continuity between the two drawings that I can't necessarily easily fulfill. You know, if I was animating, then I would be using a feature called onion skinning, where it literally overlays the two frames for you to compare so that you can draw exactly where the new stroke needs to be, from one frame to another. That we're not doing that here. Um, I could duplicate the layer and then, like, line it up perfectly and do some, like, artificial onion skinning. But, like, who cares? Why would I do that? Like, this is just these are panels in a comic. It's not an animated thing. Anyway, that whole issue, like, all of those questions, that whole topic, just feels like a giant mess to me. I hate it. I don't like it. Ever since I was a kid, like, trying to draw little comics or whatever, that was the one aspect that I always hated. I'm like, because it feels ambiguous. Like, shoot, well, how much do I accommodate, and how do I accommodate that technically? Anyway, for projects that I really deeply care about, where I let my perfectionism run wild, because, um, like, I just want the utmost quality. Well, really, there's one major project that I have with that right now, and that's the graphic novel I've been working on for like 15 years. It's called Ithalica. And I came up with a really fun solution to completely cut through all of that ambiguity, all of those questions. It sounds insane, right? It sounds way overblown for a graphic novel. Like, like killing a fly with an atomic bomb, right? Um, but I love it because it erases the ambiguity. It's like it just boom, this is the scene. What I do is I build it in Blender in 3 dimensions. I literally have character puppets that I've rigged for animation in Blender, but I'm not animating them. I'm just posing them and then rendering still images. And using those still image renders from Blender, using like mannequins or puppets, um, as a direct reference when I'm drawing. So it erases the need for like worrying about continuity from from panel to panel, because I can just change something slightly in the Blender scene, re-render. Now I have a reference for the next panel, and it's just going to have continuity because it already does. The continuity is built in. But another thing it erases the need for is worrying about proportions. You've seen me struggle here with like um, the proportions of the characters I'm drawing and figure drawing and stuff. If I have a puppet rigged in Blender, it already has the proportions I gave it, and then if I repose it, those proportions stay the same. That's how it's built. That's what it does by nature. So it just solves all kinds of problems, even though it's like it sounds like a maniacal way to go about illustrating a graphic novel. But I love it. Like it's my happy place to do it that way. So when I'm working on my favorite graphic novel project, Ithalica, I do that. I do it that way. I use the Blender puppet references. And you can actually see that on some of my social media, some of the like behind the scenes or concept artwork for Ithalica. Um, but for this project, this is not worth that much effort. Um, Nowhere near it, in fact. So I'm just gonna draw it again, just because. Honestly, the biggest reason I'm drawing it again is because I already committed to this stroke width by drawing his head. If I'd been thinking, like, gee, what's the most efficient way to go about this, I might not have done that, and I might have duplicated the layer, or duplicated the creature up here, positioned and scaled it here, and then erased and redrawn the eye. I might have done it that way if I'd been thinking, but I wasn't thinking, so I already drew the head. I'm just going to go ahead and draw the rest of the creature with this stroke width. It'll look nicer this way, I think, because it'll look like a new drawing, with new detail. The stroke width being like the character being larger on the page with the same stroke width, meaning the strokes are thinner in relation to the character. That does create the opportunity, technically, for a lot more detail. And I don't know, we're not. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much more detail I can squeeze out of it, because I did zoom in quite a bit when I was drawing this. This has a lot of rich detail. Just about the only more detail I could add would be like scale texture or something on the skin. I don't want to go to that trouble, at least not in the inking phase. So we'll see. I don't know. It'll at least create the illusion of more detail. That's what it'll do. Which is fine. At a glance, it will look like it's more detailed, I guess. Because in a way, having a stroke on the page, like drawing a stroke on the page is kind of like telling the viewer's eye, here is where this detail is. So if it's a smaller stroke in relation to the object, and the object is bigger on the page, then you're kind of saying to the eye, here is where this detail is, and you're saying it with more precision. So even if the information you're conveying is not different, if you're saying it with more precision, it looks different to the eye. And that's kind of the result I'm going for when I'm by drawing this. You know, actually this is going to end up with a slightly different angle on this creature. I think. We'll see. I'm just not going to care too much. Have to make his fingers actually look like they line up with the knuckles. Otherwise, what are we doing, right? Do real salamanders even have knuckles? I don't know. This one does. I mean, they have to have joints. If there's bones inside their fingers, right, or their toes, whatever, those bones are going to be technically phalanges. And the joint on a phalange is a knuckle, right? I'm no expert in zoological anatomy, but I feel like that's probably accurate. Okay, so what we did in the previous drawing, I think, was bring his elbow in a little. Make it look like it's more foreshortened here. I'm going to put the elbow more like here-ish. Right? Does that look about right? Okay. It's a little different, but I don't care. I might... Okay, I said I don't care, but I'm redrawing it anyway. Because I want it to be shaped like that. There. There. It's perfect. Okay, and then we gotta draw the knee of his other leg. That is not what it's supposed to look like. That's like his kind of thumb toe right there. Whatever you might call it. Yeah, that's why I drew it that way. It was kind of tucked like that. There we go. Okay, and his butt's gonna be out there off the edge of the panel. And yes, I mentioned a salamander's butt. Congratulations. Okay. So, you know what? I've been fighting the urge to do this, but I'm giving in now. I'm just gonna use this as a reference, I think. Because I like the rest of the drawing I just made, but I'm tired of scrolling back and forth and trying to guess. And I'm tired of trying to think of it again. I did good work last night. I'm just gonna let my work from last night carry me right now. Yeah. You see, I'm redrawing it in thinner strokes because if I scale it up, the stroke scales up with it. It's going to actually look different. There we go. There's some opportunities for improvement, too. I didn't do a perfect job last night. And since I'm redrawing it, why the heck not, right? There. Beautiful. Did I hear something about a butt? I was talking about the salamander's butt over here when I drew it. You are Victoria says, hey. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining and hanging out. I'm just drawing. Alright, I'm going to group this now. I think I will duplicate the rock, though. Because the rock is a lot less important. Similar to how I duplicated the tree trunk strokes here, the foliage and the ground. Like, nobody really cares about those, right? Like, it's just scenery. What did I just do? Oh, I just drew a guide. Or, dragged a guide. Okay, alright, so this, I think, is supposed to be kind of here-ish. Oh, wait a minute. So this thick black line right here, that lines up with this toe on that foot. So let me scale that a little bit. My leg is falling asleep. Katie says, how do I get XP? And Levi says, you get XP by chatting, donating, liking. Welcome, Levi. Thanks for being here. Oh, Katie says, oh, it only works on Android. Switch devices, and now it works. So that's a real thing you're talking about? I thought Katie was joking, and I thought Levi was just continuing the joke. Apparently that's a real thing. Alright, what am I doing here? I'm going to scale that down a little more. Alright, and then I need a clip group for this. But you know what? Maybe I should duplicate these groups as well and make a proper go of it here. It barely has any effect on the panel because it all sort of just misses him. You know, that's fine. I'll go ahead and do it that way. Alright, so we're creating a clip mask here. Connecting those strokes, connecting these strokes, connecting nodes, connecting these nodes. Actually, I can probably delete these two nodes just for funsies. And now, set clip. Oh, shoot. I forgot. We need these to be involved. Let's put those together. Connect these two. And then subtract. There. Now we have a proper clip group. Object, clip, set clip. And now they're not overlapping these two panels. Now we got some cleanup to do. I missed something here in the Salamander strokes. There was supposed to be his other leg here. We're not going to see all the way through to the other side of the rock if his leg is there, right? That's probably wrong, you know? Anatomically, if I imagine his leg back there, his knee and his foot would be way too close together. But I'm just gonna leave it. Nobody cares. In the meantime, let's draw some trees. Clip groups are nice. You can kind of draw freely with them and not worry about overlapping stuff. Okay, there's panel 3. Levi says, do you have a schedule for when you'll be streaming? I do not, and I don't necessarily have a realistic prospect of developing a schedule at the moment. So I'm sorry. We'll just have to say I stream when I stream. And if you catch it live, that's awesome. But if you don't, oh well. Sorry. I it's just because of life right now. Our life circumstances are not great, and I have to stream when I can. Otherwise, I never will, and I don't always know when that's going to be in enough time, and it's not predictable enough for me to develop a schedule. So, um, I am sorry. I would like to get to a place where I can make a stream schedule. I just don't know when that's going to be. So, um, yeah. I try, like, if I know I'm gonna stream on a certain day, I try to like set up a schedule, like go in and press the schedule live stream button as soon as I'm able to really know and be sure like that I can commit to a certain time. And sometimes it's like a few hours in advance. I did that yesterday, I think. Um, Today it was like 15 minutes in advance or something, so that wasn't that helpful. Um, but I do my best there. I know it's no replacement for having an actual stream schedule, but that's what I'm able to do right now. Since I've finished the third panel here, I'm gonna take a quick break, bathroom break, before I work on panel number 4. So I will be right back, guys. Okay, I scooched my chair back an inch or two to see if I can get myself a little more room. Camera still looks good. Awesome. So, let's try to bang out panel number 4 here. Probably need to clean my Wacom pad. All right. This head shape that I drew in the sketch layer is not quite what I want, actually. I just wasn't really paying much attention. I want the eye to be a little farther forward, I think. Yeah, like there-ish. Hmm. Excuse me. Here the spines need to kind of turn to follow the depth of the shape here. It would be very easy to forget that and draw them wrong. Oh, oops. Gotta be careful here. There's a few different things going on at once. His back has a slight arch to it, and he's got his shoulder coming in. And I have the blue sketch layer drawn incorrectly. Okay. The goal of the blue sketch layer was really just to get the lay of the land, as they sometimes call it. So it's doing its job, even though it's slightly incorrect. Is this arm too long? I think this arm is too long. Like, noticeably so. This elbow's off the rock, because he's lifted up. This elbow should be also. Maybe that's not even high enough. There is another toe back there. The question is, how much of it can we see? Yeah. Oh, wrong stroke. Ah. That one. There's a temptation to anthropomorphize the hand. I'm even calling them hands. The feet here of the salamander. I don't want to do that too much. Yeah, that's good enough. Still gotta draw his back legs though. Oh, CK said, have a great day, Peter, Bob Ross Markley, and Katie Markley. Heading to a birthday party. More happy trees after the volcano, lol. Thank you so much for joining, CK. I probably already missed you. I don't know how long that message has been. But, yeah, it was good to hang out with you. I hope you have a good day. Enjoy the birthday party. Yeah, that's not too shabby of a back foot right there. Sometimes I'm able to get in the zone just enough to actually, like, picture in 3D space what the object is supposed to look like from the angle that we're looking at it from. And then whatever I draw in that moment is usually pretty good. Like, that's the key, is to actually physically picture or mentally picture what it's supposed to look like. It's not always perfect, you know. Well, you know, it's never perfect, but you know, it's like better than just guessing. So that's what the back foot is gonna look like, but it's like somewhat behind the rock, so yeah, there is a slight imperfection here in that it's at slightly the wrong angle. It's close, it's close. So I'm sort of using it as a guide and trying to adjust what I've drawn. I think maybe this will even be slightly occluded behind the rock surface. And then we'll see some of the toes back here behind it. Yeah. There we go. It's still too high though, this toe. Ah. Come on. That's good enough. And then finally we get to draw the tail. Is that too many turns? That might be too many turns. Or not, the turns aren't quite right. Yeah, there we go, there we go. That's much better. And then we gotta draw some of the scale patterning here. Just for the underside to show the distinct scales there. And then some spines. Uh-oh, we're running into the other strokes that we drew. Gotta cut them. That one. Alright, there we go. There's the salamander. Oops, wrong tool. And I'm going to deselect this stroke for the rock. Group the rest. And let's see. I'm going to duplicate this again. A rock is just a rock. It's not going to change from one thing to the next. There. Now, I also want to somewhat duplicate the trees here, but I might have to break continuity between panels. We'll see. Because there's supposed to be a path there going up here. That he's watching them leave up that path. First of all, I'm tilting the trees because I tilted the rock, and I want the trees to stay good in relation to the rock. It's not supposed to be a Dutch angle, though. It's just people probably won't notice. I might tilt some of these tree trunks back a little. Again, I can break continuity if I have to. It's not a big deal. Let me go ahead and group these. Oh wait. First, I will duplicate a few strokes here that I made. Copy. Go in here. Are those worth keeping? No. Okay. Alright, so these I'm going to tilt back toward upright. Just a little bit. No one will notice. Oops, I was pressing the wrong button. Group that. Take this and duplicate it. We need to extend it. Make a clipping mask. Object. Clip. Here we go. Oh, and fix this. Okay, are we good there? Yes, I think we're good. Hmm. This line should probably be thicker. Yeah, there we go. All right. So, in order to fix continuity, I don't want there to be too horrible of a discontinuity thing. I'm gonna delete these trees. This tree, this trunk, this tree trunk specifically, from all the panels where it appears. Um, Bingo. To make room for this path that they're gonna be going up here. I probably should not be drawing the thing that's behind the characters before I draw the characters. That's probably foolish because I'll have to, like, if I don't draw those characters perfectly into those gaps, then I'll have to adjust this. But, that's fine for now. I just wanted to get something down. Um, Okay. Now, what I can do is take this and sort of duplicate it back. Oops. Through the panels. Retconning, basically. I don't want it to have as much detail as it does. Okay, so I don't remember if I had to scale up or down here. I think I have to scale down. Most of this is obscured, it turns out, behind the kid and the word balloon. Maybe I don't need it in this panel. I'm going to remove that and then just put it here. Yeah. That's good. And what I'll do is, in order to avoid this thing drawing too much focus in panel 1, I'm going to make it a very similar color to the background. So it'll just be this subtle little thing, little detail that will become important later. Oops. So to represent that right now, I'm going to set the opacity on the group down to that. And it looks like I need to cut another stroke here. I'm going to go ahead and clean up those a little bit. There, now this path that they go down doesn't pop up out of completely nowhere. And last thing to draw on this page is, oh, I don't even need to use the clip group here. Last thing to draw on this page is these characters. I am going to reduce my stroke width just a little, not too much because I don't want an excess of detail here. These characters are not supposed to be the focal point. The salamander is the focal point. Lindsay Bo says the saga continues. Yep. Oh man, my shoulder is killing me. I'm kind of doing something wrong here, I think. Ergonomics wise. Oh, man. Gotta have the cargo pockets. Even at this distance, with this level of detail, the cargo pockets are essential. It's like his signature thing now. Probably even more so than his little hiker's hat. Okay. The kid is drawn. Oh yeah. I was gonna draw the inseam on the left leg of her jeans here. Yeah. There we go. Now I can fix these strokes. Ah. There. Go ahead and add the paint layer, even though I'm not painting quite yet. And export. All right. So I'm going to take a look at the first 2 pages that I've drawn here together. All right, there we go. It's going to be a little busy looking and confusing with the, oh, Lindsay Bow says, Curious UK just went live. I'll be checking in on the progress here off and on. Thanks. You're welcome anytime to join. Always glad to have you. If you come back, you'll have to let us know how things are going in Curious UK. So it's going to look a little busy here with a density of high contrast strokes and details. That's going to be less of a problem once I start coloring, because I can use color contrast to enhance the like to bring certain things out of focus, kind of hide them. Not hide them or bring them out of focus. I mean, like, make them less noticeable. Mute them. That's a good word for it, for what I'm trying to say. I can make them more muted, so that the details are there as sort of a richness, but it's not distracting you from the more important elements in the panel. That's going to be a big thing here. Oh shoot, I'm not even done with page 2. I forgot. I gotta fix the word balloon. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay. Um, okay. That's not looking too bad here. Um, I'm going to try something to see if it works. The question is not like technically whether something will work. The question is, does it work? Like, is this a situation where it will be applicable? Let's see. What did I do? So first of all, I accidentally grouped the text with the strokes here. That was goofy of me. But secondly, there is a gap here somewhere. I kind of want to find it so that I can use that labor-saving technique that I was trying to use. Because otherwise I'm going to have to redo all of this with Bezier, with the Bezier pen tool. Where is the gap? Oh, there's one. Any others? Was that the only gap? Maybe so. Alright, we'll try it. Duplicate. Ungroup. Add. Oops. Shoot. Okay, I missed a gap right there. Oh, come on. Where is there a gap that I've missed? That looks like it might be a gap, but it's not. Alright, at some point I have to ask, is this even saving me any work? Oh, wait. Oh. Nope, okay. I thought that was it. There has to be a gap somewhere. Where is it? I'm getting some kind of weird behavior from it that it would only make sense if there was a gap. Okay, maybe I should just cut my losses here. Is it up here? No. I don't know where it would be. Alright. That's just gonna have to remain a mystery. Alright. Time to do it the old-fashioned way. In a way, this is probably higher quality anyway, because this way I get to make sure that the outline of the opaque white part stays kind of roughly in the middle of the stroke, the outline stroke, which means that no part of it will be poking out even on a sub-pixel level. At least, ideally, I can do that. I'm going to be moving quickly here and not really caring to that level of detail. But I think even so, it does make it less likely that some white pixels will poke out from underneath the black outline strokes on the outside where they're not supposed to be. There will be some, like, right at gaps or choke points, and that's fine. But overall, like across the whole object, it'll be a lot less likely. So there are actually some reasons to prefer doing it this way. I still don't know why the other method wasn't working though. There's some anomaly in this node data, or just a gap that I was somehow missing. Kind of a needle in a haystack thing. I think we just found it. Alright, now I'm curious. I want to know. Did we just find it? Just draw over that. Like, well, I want it to look somewhat natural. There we go. Just like that. And drum roll, please. Ha! That was it. That was the whole issue. Right there. Alright, so this should be 4 objects, yes. Now, you can see why I was talking about a concern of, like, white pixels poking out from underneath on the outside of the black stroke. I've colored it blue here just to illustrate, but you see, like, it's right at the edge of the outside of that stroke. In order to fix that, we could apply some sort of like shrinking operation here. And I might actually do that. I'm getting carried away here. I have to choose which one should I use. The gray one that I started on, I would have to finish it, or the blue one that's automatic but and imperfect. Oh. I'll choose the blue one. Okay. And you see, like, if I put it in front, it almost perfectly covers the other strokes, but you can see there's, like, some anti-aliasing errors here. Maybe, I don't know if you guys can see that or not. It's not errors, it's just anomalies, like artifacts, because you've got one object and then another object perfectly in front of it, and they share an edge. Um, so the anti-aliasing is being performed twice on the same edge with different colors, and that causes some artifacts, subpixel artifacts. We don't want that in our output. So I'm going to actually add a stroke here. I'm going to make it one pixel wide. Wow, that's how big a pixel is? Okay, let's make it smaller than that. Maybe half of the pixel. And we're gonna outline this stroke and subtract. And voila, now you can see that they no longer share, like perfectly share an edge. There is a distinction. The black outlines do overlap them by half of 1 pixel at 100 dpi. Wait, that's not at 100 dpi. Used Inkscape's pixel. That means it's pretty close to it. Whatever. It doesn't matter. So that was way too much fuss for that little thing. But it's done. 3 objects, and we are inside a group, I think, already, so yep, we're good. Word balloon is fixed now. Turn back on the ink layer. Yeah, there we go. And we can replace this. All right. Now, wait a minute. Why is it not updated here? Oh, there it is. If I do the blink test here, you can see the difference between I don't know if you can see that very well. Right here, the blink test, you can see the difference between the old and the new word balloon. The old one was a little more rough, not quite professional looking. There we go. All right. So I've been streaming for 3 hours. Should I get started on inking page 3 before I quit? Okay. Lindsay Bode says, getting there, so much work goes into each one, though. Yes. Um, Probably too much. Katie was telling me that I should probably just pick up the pace on these. Because honestly, it's not worth the time I'm putting into it. This is just kind of a, not a throwaway sample work, but I'm not getting paid for this. Not this one. It's good content for my YouTube channel, though, and for my portfolio. So, yeah. But she has a point. It's I'm probably being too perfectionist. I should probably just ink like maybe one panel here or something, and then my wife and I probably need to get something to eat. Is that layer not locked? It's not locked. That means I could accidentally select it. I don't want to do that, so. Let's see. Now for the kid. I feel like his arms are too big. That's better. I'll go ahead and sketch the rest of the panels. Like, honestly, these storyboards aren't that bad. So there's a little bit of redundant work here. Okay, here's an opportunity to do a little bit of, put a little more thought into this. When the creature opens its mouth, the jaw hinge is below the part where it connects to the spine. So it's your lower jaw that moves, not your upper jaw. You have to like move your neck muscles in order to do that. So here the upper jaw, like the skull of this salamander, in the storyboard I kind of drew it backwards, where the lower jaw looked like it was straight in line with the spine, and the upper jaw was the one hinging outward and rounding that corner. So that was wrong, and I can fix that here. I mean, I don't know. It's a combination of things, because obviously the throat has to move, like travel like toward the mouth, you know. It's all connected. Anyway. It looks so weird. I feel like I've drawn this wrong. Okay. That's good enough. I also have to leave room for the kid's backpack, so that's why I'm a little concerned. Go ahead and draw the surprise lines, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. The storyboard is good. I'm not really improving much on it here. Just kind of emphasizing it, I guess. I'm not sure if I ended up with an improvement or not with his jaw here. Whatever. Honestly, it's fine. You can tell what's going on. The amount of detail in the final inked drawing doesn't have to be perfect. We'll see. I think I want to make her still kind of facing the other way a little bit, and she's like in the middle of turning. Okay, so the elbow's back. Hand open in surprise, just like his. But she's like, her neck is going to be craned over her shoulder here. Very different pose from what I do in the storyboards, and I guess that's what this is for this part here. Her foot's going to be lifted because she's in the middle of turning. Kind of get an action shot here. How's that looking? Did I not group this? I did not. Well, I'll be. Okay. What do you guys think? Is that a convincing, like, surprise pose? Like a convincing pose to make her look like she's turning in surprise? Can't forget the backpack. Yeah, and I probably don't need a sketch for this panel. I don't do too badly, because usually the sketch is literally just an oval, and, like, what's the point of doing a little oval there? I mean, I guess I could, like, just so I kind of know my bearings. And then just running full tilt after the creature as he carries her son away. Oh no. Hmm. There's a lot of foreshortening going on here, so I have to be very careful. That's not quite right. Hmm. I think there's something wrong with her shoulders. Yeah, it's like she wasn't reaching as far as she could, even though that was the point of the pose. Like she's trying to like catch up and try to catch the creature who's made off with her son. So the whole point is that she's extending her arms, her hands as far as she can. But instead, I drew her with her shoulders up like this, which, like, actually counteracts the effect of her arms being extended a little bit, just a few inches. So her shoulders should be leaning forward too. Okay. This is the benefit of the sketch stage here. I can iterate very quickly on complex poses like this. Alright, now this leg also seems to be wrong. It was almost like a ballerina pose or something. She's running. She's supposed to be running, so the knee should be bent. What have I done wrong here? Turn down the opacity on her hand there because it was distracting me. I don't know what that stuff is. I probably did a poor job separating the strokes on her hand versus her leg earlier, and so those are probably leftovers of the hand that didn't get grouped. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Alright, so the knee should be closer here, more foreshortened. Okay. So we can roughly separate this sketch into two layers here. Yeah, that's a good separation. Oops. And I think have I the perspective on this seems a little off. I don't know. This is a tough pose. This leg still looks wrong. Man. Oh, Levi says, the kids say your drawing looks good. Thank you so much. Maybe one of the problems is the knee is too far out. Okay, so her pelvis is like here. The way I've drawn it. And that means that as this knee lifts, it's going to end up like here. I think. Is that where I just drew it a minute ago? Let's try it there. Kind of overlapping with the hand, unfortunately. But if that's where it needs to be, that's where it needs to be. Maybe this leg could use being redrawn. Could reuse being drawn. That's not what I meant to say. Okay, so the knee would be about here. This would be almost completely foreshortened. Is that a coherent drawing? Actually, maybe I should make her lift the heel. Up more, like up here. I don't want this foot to look like it's hitting the ground. It should look like she's just like airborne. Just soaring through the air here. Okay, that's probably good. I should probably stop fiddling with it because it's good enough. And make it a little bigger. Yeah, I think that's good enough. Those like 3D unusual action poses with a lot of foreshortening. It can be tough, but I think we got it. I'm gonna draw the creature's snout here. Sphere for his eyeballs. Okay, so one mistake I made in the storyboard here is that I did not leave room for the backpack. So I have to kind of ignore it and draw over it with the correct stuff. The kid's butt is going to be down here. Stupid dogs barking. Heaven knows what set them off this time. It doesn't even seem coherent. They just randomly start barking sometimes. Okay, I need to focus less on the folds of the cloth here. And more on the bone structure, like Prax Germany was saying last time. Not last time, that on my original stream. Hi, Ambrose. Little kitty. This is so silly. Just walking all over my laptop. Pressing buttons. Okay, need to make the pelvis a little more coherent in the shape here. Here's the kid's shoulder. Wait. For a second I was thinking this right here was the kid's hand in the storyboard, but it's not. That's the creature's hand. Okay. The creature's foot. Whatever. I was like literally drawing a kid's rib cage up here. I'm like, why does this look so wrong? The rib cage is gonna be up here. Shoulder would be about here, and then the elbow here. There we go. Okay, so by now the kid's hat will probably have fallen off, but we don't need to detail that in the sketch. Having a little trouble seeing a storyboard around my drawing. Did I not draw his other leg here? I think I didn't. Okay, here's the creature's shoulder. His neck is going into that. There's his arched back and his back hip. And there's his back knee. His elbow. Hi, Ambrose. Levi says, hide your kids, hide your wife, because the salamander be snatching everybody out here. True. Oh, Ambrose, you're being silly. That's a sweet little kitty. She just loves attention. Love you, Ambrose. Are you gonna let me draw Ambrose? Okay. I think she's satisfied for now that I still love her. She's stretched out on the floor again. Oh, okay, so where's this leg going? That's going to be extended backward. Almost totally foreshortened. The knee would be right about here, if we could see it. Which means the foot would be back here. Yeah, that leg's going to be pretty much invisible from this angle. Time for the tail. Okay. Where are we at? The sketches, the sketching stage, as you can see, seems fairly important on these like high action panels. Well, to be honest, as I'm looking, there's a bit of a problem I didn't notice. No, I don't want that. Or that, okay. Like, let's say that they're running along a path, right? That's like this. Does that perspective work with the relative heights? Does that work? That puts the vanishing point right here. It's not too bad. Not too bad. It puts the kid's foot pretty close to the ground, though. Anyway, it's good enough. So this creature's head is too big in this sketch, and it's not even big enough to accommodate the kid and the backpack. What have I done wrong? Okay. Sketch phase is done. That is by far the most action-packed page. And apparently the most difficult to do pose sketches for. Anyway, we can put this down at like, shoot, 1%, and then this one we can set pretty low, like that. We need ink. We're going to need a panel layout, which will include a few oddly shaped panels here because of stuff. Let's see. Oh, Ambrose. She put her little paw on me and squeaked like she was asking. Oh, you're so cute, Ambrose. I love you. Sweet Ambrose. You're so silly. Alright, guys, I should probably be done soon. I've been going for almost 4.5 hours. I'm hungry, I'm sure Katie's hungry. Ambrose is acting like she wants something. You're so cute, Ambrose. So cute. We made some good progress. Maybe I'll really quick try to add panel boundaries. I'm trying to remember what these details were in here, though. we can actually cut this in half. This space between the top of the cave mouth and the panel boundary. Okay. Oh, Ambrose. Oh, poor kitty. I'm sorry. There wasn't room for her up here. Poor kitty. Oh. Give me 1 second, guys. Just making sure Ambrose was okay. I'm sure that looks pretty epic on the screen. Okay. So that's one panel boundary. I made this like kind of pentagonal in the storyboard, but I wonder if another shape would be better. What if I made it like a super rounded rectangle like this? Would that be good? Now, we're going to learn from last time and convert these to paths right away. Because of possible software glitches. There we go. And what we can do is take this outer one here. Subtract, remove this portion, and subtract again, remove this portion again. So, we now have three smaller panels here. Alright, Katie says I clipped Ambrose's fail. Poor kitty. He was just wanting love. There just wasn't room for her up here. Because I'm set up to stream. Oh, I should probably be done, guys. I'm starving. I'm sure Katie's starving, and I'm tired. And this is a decent stopping point. If I start trying to ink the next panel, I'm gonna be here for another half hour, probably. At least. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of it because I cannot control my perfectionism. So, I will have to pick this back up another day, probably. Thank you all so much for being here, for hanging out. It was so nice to have you. And I hope you all have a good day. Close this out. All right. Good night, guys.